30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org. Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. It is going to be a great week and so excited to be here. My name is Jeff Abramowitz. I'm going to be hosting you the rest of the week. And you're here in the Command Center. We're here in the Command Center in Washington, D.C. to celebrate the Coalition of Adult Education on Adult Education and Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We're going to be doing some great stuff this week. And I can't think of a better way to get us kicked off by bringing on a good friend of COABE's and doing some amazing work across the country, Dan Griffin from Central Education. Dan, how are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Doing great. How are you this morning?
Good. Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. It's finally here. We've been planning this for a bit, and we want to thank you for all the work you do at Essential Education. And I wondered if you could just give us a kickoff and what's on your agenda during Adult Education Family Literacy Week this week.
Thanks. Yeah, we're real excited for this week. We've been behind the scenes busily plotting new things and stuff to kind of kick this week off effectively. We announced last week a new partnership with a company called MindPlay, who's a K-12 reading program, and we are integrating their really incredible adaptive learning program into our program. So one of the things that we recognize as we work with students and teachers across the country is just this incredible need to bring reading skills up. And, you know, any growth in reading capacity creates better life, better learning, better opportunities. I was reading a report recently that showed everything from your partner choices in life to what schools you go to, what jobs you get, your lifetime earnings, all of that correlates back to how effectively you can read. And so we've integrated this incredible platform. It's fully adaptive. I know a lot of adult education teachers are not reading teachers by trade. They maybe haven't been steeped in, K-12 reading strategies, or especially early reading when you have someone who comes in at a really low level. And so by integrating this in, we're providing a really important level of support at that low reading levels so that our students can move forward. So it takes some of the stress off of teachers so that we can see better measurable skill gains and HSE completion rates. So we're super excited.
Yeah, you guys are doing some great work in the field, and I every time I turn around, something else is on your bucket list, and you're chipping away at it for adult education. What's this mean for your company, and what does it mean for adult education to really have a week that's dedicated to awareness, to recognition, to really recognizing the adults that are succeeding as students and the teachers that are doing some great work behind the scenes?
Yeah, I mean, our company is dedicated only to this, and that's a big part of what makes up Essential Education. I was dropped out of high school at the end of my junior year. and eventually went back and started at a community college. I got my HSE diploma and then became a teacher, became a math teacher, in large part because I wanted to give back and help other people find a pathway to learning like I did. Because K-12 K-12 is doing its best to educate millions and millions of students in a very large country. But there's no panacea for that, and so there are going to be people who that system just doesn't work for. And unfortunately, what happens is they come out of that system thinking that they can't learn. And that's the wrong message. The correct message would be that this particular learning pathway is not the best one for you. And so to have a week like this where we can really focus legislators, community members, people across the country on the importance of adult education. The number that's always kicked around is that 36 to 50 million Americans who lack the skills to be successful in the workplace or in the country. We see projections of population drop-offs that are going to happen. So we're going to need people who can fill really important infrastructure jobs. And those infrastructure jobs have great wages. They're the kind of jobs that move people out of poverty, in the middle class, into stable lifestyles. And it's important that we're all engaged in helping adults who felt left behind in their education system to move into those. And the way you do that is by really, really focusing people on literacy, on their ability to succeed, and doing everything you can to help them get there.
It does truly make change happen when you can give someone the opportunity to get their high school equivalency and then move forward on post-secondary. For the longest time, we all recognize that our education and our labor departments have not really communicated also well. And now that's really starting to come together, especially with things like the infrastructure bill and career and technical training programs that are really recognizing how important it is to give people the math and reading skills they need to succeed. We're going to be meeting throughout the week with legislators across the country, from mayors to governors to senators, and I'm curious, what's the message that you like us to share with them from your perspective? What is it that legislators and administrators that work in the Department of Education and other places that they need to know and understand?
I think that there's some really, really cool things happening in adult education. We, as a company, we try to be innovators in the field and partners. And those are the two words that I hope people associate with essential education. As a private company, you can often do more than an institution that's part of a bureaucracy can do. So we can try things, we can experiment with things. We recently, you talk about labor and education, we just started creating badges that automatically populate Credly in our workforce digital literacy, and we're moving into all of our programs so that it'll automatically push those badges into Credly, and an adult learner can show an employer what their skill set really is. And we've actually already seen these populating, because Credly then populates LinkedIn and Facebook. We've already seen people's badges from our program showing up in LinkedIn. And I think that's really cool because, that shows an employer that this individual is in the digital age. They have the capacity to, move forward, to use technology in a way that would be meaningful in their workplace. And that can be from small levels to high levels. And having that kind of badging connection is an innovation that allows employers, labor, education, all to work together to help people get good jobs and help their communities and their areas.
Yeah, I love it. One of the things that happened within the last few years is the Digital Equity Act was passed as part of the infrastructure bill, and we're going to see more and more of the importance of getting people not only access to broadband, but the digital literacy that are required to do a lot of these jobs. So I'm so glad that Essential Education is taking the lead on some of this and really getting their work out there. If there was one ask of a legislator that you might have or someone that may have authority or the ability to make change happen, what would that ask be?
Well, we want more money, Jeffrey.
Of course, of course. Yes. You can't
That's
do good work without it, right?
that's right. Well,
Well,
no,
you
I mean,
can, but it's hard.
yeah, I mean, beyond that, I think one of the things that is really important is people have to understand that for a person to really change their life, it's, I mean, for lack of a better term, you really can't just throw money at it. You have to be committed to kind of a long process with someone. People come into adult education with varying degrees of trauma and these learning disabilities. I think there was a report recently released on incarcerated individuals, like 80% are undiagnosed with learning disabilities. Um, my wife is a counselor and getting her PhD in counseling, and there's studies that show that the amount of trauma that you have between age 0 and 6 is related to just about every problem people have in their life. It's from being overweight to drug addictions to all kinds of learning issues, things like that. So, we're dealing with people who have had really tough starts to their life in most cases. And so you can't just, there isn't just some magic wand that does this. And you have to have people who are willing to really dig in and help somebody. I was talking to an adult educator recently and listening to the host of problems that they were helping a student solve, from daycare to transportation to feeling safe in a place where they could study, to making sure that they had some stability in a place to go and be at night, things like that. And that's hard, and it takes a lot of resources, and it takes a lot of commitment. But the payoff is enormous. If you really can get in there and help people in a very hands-on way, then you can change not just one person's life, but you change their family, and that family changes a community, and they leave a legacy of learning that's passed generation to generation to generation. And that's really where we have to focus. We have to be really willing to do the real work and not just write a check or something and move on.
Wow, that's so true. This is adult education is definitely takes a village, right? And I think you said it so well. It's not just putting somebody in a classroom and giving them, a program or some instruction. It's really all those other services that surround them, making sure that they can get to class, making sure that they have access to a computer and broadband, making sure that they can have food and a place to live, and they're getting support for their behavioral health issues that they might need, so that they can get straightened out and continue on their journey. So awesome. So give us a little bit, just what's in store for essential education. What do you have on the horizons?
Yeah, so well, many of you know, last year we created the integration with DRC to actually drive the tape test results directly into our Tape Academy program. So their individual profile report is now available to push directly into our program, which was an incredible innovation in the field. I really think that was one of those things that can change the way teachers see the data that assessments offer and use it to make really valid instructional decisions. We've just launched 2 new guides to help teachers. One is on distance education, and I'm really proud of that because it's a learning journal. So we didn't just write something that's a bunch of content. We looked around. There's great content out there. World Ed has a remarkable guide to distance education. There's other great content that's been put out over the last couple of years with COVID and the move to distance education. What we created was a journal so that a teacher could start learning and keep track of that progress and make iterative progressions in their classroom with distance education. And so really excited about that because it's a different approach. We're about to launch a differentiation guide. So for teachers, the last COABE journal was all about differentiated instruction. We've got a really cool, we call it the 3D process for differentiation that we put together, and we're about to launch that, and we're really excited about what that'll mean for teachers. These are all free materials that we create as part of our commitment to adult education and adult educators. We've also launched a lot of work over the last year with our training team. And so we invested heavily in making sure that we have really incredible trainers that can help people learn to use our programs in the most efficient way. And we hired some great people out of the field, director, Charlie Weeks, who came from Oklahoma, and he runs that group. And they're really doing innovative things to get people onboarded, using our program as effectively as possible. When I was a kid, there was a little, we had a Hot Wheels track.
I remember those.
Yeah, and it came down, and they came out with this thing at the bottom that the car went through, and it had these little spinners that like hyper speeded the car. Do you remember that?
I remember that well.
Yeah, so that's my mental image of all this. It's like, we can't, you can't take the teacher out of the classroom, but what we can do is be that little hyper speeding thing. So the teacher does such great work to get students on track, and when they hit our program should help that teacher accelerate that student and those teachers' goals through anything that they want to accomplish.
That is just a super analogy. I'm going to go home. I'm going to be thinking about that for the next day. I may have to go try and find out where mine is, my old Hot Wheels that I had.
I've been looking on eBay for one.
Hey, the search goes on. Anyone out there, listen, if you got one, send us a picture. We love it.
Right.
Dan, I want to thank you for your sponsorship and the sponsorship of Essential Education, but more importantly, your friendship. You've been a great friend to COABE and to adult education across the country. Your company and your passion are you're not only doing great work, but you guys walk the walk, and you are amazing at what you do. We're really proud to be associated with you and partnering with you. And again, we wish everybody out there check out Essential Education if you have an opportunity, and some of the products and work that they're doing out there. And Dan, have a great week. If you have anything coming up this week, you should know, Dan, and our audience, that if you go to the COABE website, coabe.org, we have a whole list of things going on that you can jump in, and podcasts and guests coming in. And Amy Lloyd from the United States Department of Education will be here shortly. So just stay tuned to this channel, and we're going to keep it live streaming for all day, all week, until the end of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. So Dan, thank you so much for being on, and we'll check in with you very shortly. Take care, everybody, and stay tuned. A lot more coming.
seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts.
We are live here, and hold on one second to make sure we got everybody on board. Absolutely. We are live. Welcome everybody. We're here in the command center. We are so grateful to have our Assistant Secretary Amy Lloyd with us of the Office of Career and Technical and Adult Education. Assistant Secretary, how are you? Let's put you on here. There you go.
All right, I'm doing even better now.
You are. Thank you so much. So we just got to watch you live streamed across the nation. I'm really excited celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. Thank you so much for taking some time to come to our command center.
Oh, it's a joy to be here. I mean, anything I can do to lift up Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, I am all in. So thank you to COABE for having this command center and for having so many great activities planned for us.
Wow, there's so much to say, so many things. While I have you for a second, I know there's so much going on at Octay, and I don't even know where to start, actually, but a few things I just wanted, you touched on a little bit a few minutes ago when you live streamed. One was the reality that how important education is.
Yes.
And we're starting to understand a little bit better that education and employment opportunities and career pathways are so important together.
Absolutely.
And I think our country's finally beginning to get it and understand that we have to get people smarter and get those basic math and reading skills together so that they can get those career opportunities. And really, to me, that's generational poverty right there. That's how we start to get rid of it. I'm curious, like the things that are high priority for you in the office right now.
Well, I mean, you just hit on one of the primary pieces, which is the inherent interdependence between education, workforce development, and economic development. We know that they are all intertwined. And as we as a nation are, coming out of the pandemic or learning to live with the pandemic, our economy has been radically shifted and reshaped because of the past few years. And we cannot be our best nation. We cannot be, our best communities if we don't have the full talents of all of our adults engaged in our economy. And so I think about the millions of adults who have lower levels of literacy or lower levels of numeracy, who really, who have such incredible talents and abilities that they could apply if they had just that next step credential to get that next step job, so that they're not just, in entry level positions, but really are able to maximize their full potential through career pathways. So in adult education, we really are thinking about the importance of integrated education and training, the foundational needs of basic skills, and also the connections to community and to meaningful employment. And so how do we ensure that every adult in our country, regardless of her walk of life, where she came from, what her skills are, has powerful choices about her future, can pursue their high school equivalency, can pursue that next step industry credential, can have on-ramps into post-secondary education, because we know how essential education is to lifelong career advancement. So as you said, like, if we're really going to get serious about breaking the cycles of intergenerational poverty, of committing to equity and economic mobility and social mobility for everyone, adult education is the key that unlocks so many of the opportunities to fulfill the endless potential that millions of people in our country have.
Yeah, so I was very active with and provided some work on the IET in corrections project over the last year or so, and we were able to successfully, but it just makes so much sense. And when you think about it, giving people the math and reading skills and then contextualizing it to the trade that they're in at the time.
Absolutely.
And it just is, it makes so much sense. And I'm so glad that Octay's made this a priority going forward. I have to give a shout out. So if you're not in the Links Network, you need to go and join the Links Network. It's links.ed.gov. And there are all these wonderful communities of practice that are there, and some tremendous resources that are, we call them free 95. They don't cost you anything. Just jump on there and they're wonderful. Part of the issue in education in our country has really been about funding. And I just want to talk to you just quickly about it. If there was a message, we're meeting this week with governors, with mayors, with senators and representatives. And I'm just wondering if there was a message that you'd want us to deliver to say, look, this is a priority. What should we be telling them?
Oh, so I have the pleasure at the Department of Education of working across the full spectrum of education. So on the career and technical education side, I work kind of secondary through post-secondary, starting as early as 5th grade. So I'm strongly in the higher ed and the K-12 space. And in neither of those spaces do they center adult education as much as I would like them to? You know, if I had a magic wand and could have
I love it.
every sort of policy maker, every member of Congress, every state and local leader transform mindsets, it would be around how important adult education is to our whole continuum of education. Because I think it's easy to think about K-12 and higher ed, and adult ed is really kind of the connective tissue, the parents of our young children in K-12, the people who could provide, on-ramps into post-secondary and strengthen and bolster our higher education systems through their engagement in it. And frankly, our workforce, so much need in our workforce could be met by the incredible talents of our adult education learners. And so I want to elevate, and I'm so grateful for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week to be able to do this, elevate the importance of adult education across our education sector. I think it's often powerful in its implementation, and not enough people sing its praises, and not enough people see the impact that it has on lives and on communities. And so I definitely, would encourage you to make sure that people know how transformative these programs are and the impact they have on not just the learners who are engaged in adult education, but on their family members, on their community, and on, our nation as a whole.
Yeah, we often talk to a lot of the people we work with, telling them to tell the stories. We want to get those stories out there because those are really the impact. That's the impact. That really shows what the work that we're doing as educators, administrators. So the more you can share, the better off you're going to be. So if you have any of those stories this week, we want to hear them. So come into our live stream. We'd be glad to get you on air and give some credit to the work you're doing and your students as well. One last question for you.
Sure.
The Digital Equity Act is a big deal.
Yes.
And we're really excited across the country as I travel and speak to people that are starting to gear up and think about what's important when it comes to Digital Equity Act. And what do you see coming down the pike, and where should our focus be?
Oh, that's a great question. Two things. So one, if you're not familiar with the DRAW project or program that my office, Octay, is leading, Digital Resilience in the American Workforce, that team just completed a landscape scan of digital skills, digital equity. And also at the Department of Education, we have an Office of Education Technology that did a similar skill, kind of with a broader lens on digital equity education roundtables, recognizing that for success in any aspect of today and tomorrow's world, digital equity, digital resilience, digital skills are foundational. And we have learned what we knew to be longstanding gaps and inequities in access, in engagement, in understanding of how to engage effectively with technology have been further exacerbated by the pandemic. And right now, what states are doing is setting the table for consideration of how to roll out digital equity funding, how to think about expanding broadband statewide and the middle mile infrastructure that goes along with it. Like the bipartisan infrastructure law is providing us with a once in a lifetime opportunity to really rethink digital equity for all learners and workers, for all people, all communities in our country. I would encourage our adult education local and state leaders to find a seat at that state table where the decisions are being made with respect to how funding related to digital equity will be spent in their states, because those decisions are made at the state level, not at the national level. But we are really excited and hopeful that this will increase equitable engagement in powerful digital learning for people to, have learning, have working, have social engagements, all the aspects that technology provides us today be stronger, especially for adult education learners.
And access.
Access alone. Yeah. Think about our rural communities. I think about, our communities of families who are experiencing poverty and can't have the funds available to be able to access broadband. And so all the funding that the administration is providing to improve access and lower costs for people who need it is really something that we hope to be transformative.
We love it. Assistant Secretary, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for all you do and your support of the Coalition on Adult Education, for all your work across the country. We appreciate you. And what better way to kick off Adult Education and Family Literacy Week than you being a guest? So thank you so much for everything.
It's an honor to be here. And thank you for all you're doing, Jeff. Really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. All right, we'll be back shortly with some more guests and some more incredible stories across the country.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COA will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
We are back at our Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. I'm so glad to be here. We got Sarah on the line. Sarah, how are you? We got Stephanie joining us, Dante, and we have Wes. Wes Garvin is in the house. We're waiting for him to fix his to get his camera on a little bit so we can get him on screen. We're super glad. I want to give a big shout out and a thank you to our Assistant Secretary of Office of Career Technical and Adult Education, Assistant Secretary Amy Lloyd, who was just with us. Thank you so much for helping us get the message out of how important adult education is across our country. And I want to, I know I'm putting her on the spot, but that's just what I do. I'm going to bring Sarah on the screen. Sarah, how are you? It's good to see you.
I'm good. How are you?
Good, Sarah. Where are you checking in from?
Pierce, South Dakota.
Wow, I love it. So what's going on up there?
Oh, I just had my second student of the fiscal year get her GED just 10 minutes ago now. So we were really excited, got some pictures with the cap and gown and gave her the certificate from their Secretary of Education. And then we always host a party for them if they want it. We provide the ice cream cake, and they can use our facility to celebrate themselves with their friends and family. So it's pretty exciting.
That is super cool. Super cool. Did you have the party today, or you just gave her the certificate?
No, she just passed the test.
Oh man, congratulations.
So, yeah, she took her math. She was in here by 7:45 a.m. and was like, I'm doing this today. I'm going to get this. This is the day. And she did. So wow. I'm real proud of her.
So not only congratulations to her, but congratulations to you and your team. You know, it's so important. You know, it does take a village, and there's a lot of people behind it, including, I'm sure, her family that was pushing her along the way and getting them motivated. So important. But what would you say is one of the most important things that students need to know, you know, when they're going for their high school equivalency or they're going for a career technical education training? What is it that they need to know when they start jumping in the pool?
Well, one thing I do a lot of is just getting their confidence up, that knowing that you can do this. Hard work really does matter. And if, you know, don't give up. And did I lose you? Don't give up. And
I'm here. You're okay.
Don't give up, and you can do it. So her last test was math. She passed the others pretty easily. And then math took her about the last 6 months. She studied online, she studied in person, she studied books. She used 2 different online curriculums plus books. So she really did work hard. She worked for this one. So.
Wow, that is just super amazing. You know, one of the there's so many challenges that students face when they go for their high school equivalency. You know, often holding down a job, taking care of their kids, doing all these things that are in life, right, all around you, taken care of. What are some of the tools that you think are most important for students to have as they begin like navigating getting their high school equivalency?
Persistence is what you can have internally. Externally, really, just I think us as teachers and these facilities where the students can go and ask for help are super important, because she really she needed that extra support, and I was her cheerleader and I was her teacher, you know, and so just being here, I think, was very important to her. Just the support system of having someone, you know, breathe, you can do it, it's going to be okay, you know, and teaching her that the last little bits of algebra that she needed, because she actually does have a full-time job in the medical industry. And she also has 2 kids and, you know, a full life, and she's 35. And so she wanted to show her children that she could do it. And, you know, she wanted to be a good example for them so that they stay in school. So
That is just super great. I want to congratulations to you. Congratulations to your student. And some people that are on this. We have a bunch of people in our background in our studio, and they're kind of yelling and screaming and applauding. So congratulations to they're giving you some words as well.
Yay. After she got her GED, I'm having the legislators, our state legislators over here to our facility on Thursday. And I asked her, I said, do you think you could come talk to him? And she's like, yeah, I can. And so I'm really excited that she herself is going to come talk to our state senator and two of our state legislators, because we're here in Pierre, so they're here. And so they're going to come over here and she's going to talk to him. And I'm very excited for her to do that, because it's very effective for her to, for them to see an actual person who got their
Awesome.
GED. So I'm excited.
Well, Sarah, super congratulations to you and to your student. Obviously, just before I know I want to give I think it's Danette Green is hopping in. She wants to jump in the pool a little bit and share a little about some great stuff going on there. But give us a shout out again. Where are you located, and what's the name of the facility that you work at?
Pierre, South Dakota, and the Right Turn in Pierre, South Dakota.
Awesome. We love it. The Right Turn program, amazing. We're going to keep it up, and we will get out there. Adult Education Family Literacy Week is all week. If you have something else you want to share later on or during the week, please feel free, jump in. We'd love to have you back on, and thanks for joining us today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Sarah. We're going across the country now, but I want to see if Danette Green can come on. I don't know if you can get your camera going there, Danette, but we'll try it. We'll give you a shot there. Danette is from CUNY and Launchpad for Tech Jobs. Let's see if she can come on. We'll give her a second, but if you can, that would be awesome. I know she put a little note in there. She wanted to jump in the pool. We'll wait for her to get a camera on. And we also have Wes Garvin. Wes is on. Wes, I'm going to throw you in here. I know you may be having some camera problems, but we can hear you. There you go. We can hear you though.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
That's good.
We're going to go with the little icon there for you, but that's okay.
Good.
Wes, why don't you tell us where are you from?
I am from Rhode Island.
All right. So
right here in New England. We're doing our thing right here in New England.
I love it. Well, tell us what your thing's all about.
Well, you know what? I am the founder and CEO of STAND International, an adult learner leadership organization right here in Rhode Island and around the country. We've been doing some leadership work with adult learners. Actually, the organization is founded by the learners, for the learners, of the learners. So we're clearly the voice of the adult learner. And we've been doing this since 2008. We really enjoy our work, and it's really getting us out there, letting legislators, administrators, and teachers know what we want, what we need, and how to support the learners from our voice itself.
We love it. So Wes Garvin from Stand International. So tell us a little bit about what is it that your agency does? Give us a little bit more.
So more about STAND is that we support the programs. We support the adult ed programs, 90% of the nonprofits, and it really works well with having the learners tell their stories and what their needs are. And when it's coming directly from the learners and for the learners, it's a peer-to-peer approach that we found that's been most effective. Over the years, we've developed our own student leadership conference. In Rhode Island, we held 3 statewide conference. Each conference was an average of 350 people. And these conferences range anywhere from career pathways that we were workshops that our vendors were corporations in the city and state that wanted to hear from the learners directly what they needed from corporations when they went in for a job. So that's what we do.
That's great
speak
stuff.
Directly to the employers.
Yeah, so a student's story tells 1,000 words, if not more. I say 10,000 words
Right.
because they often they paint the picture of all how important adult education is across our country, right? And
Absolutely.
that's great work. So I love what you do. Since 2008, how many students have you touched?
You know, I would say quite a bit. I mean, it's been many. I would say in the neighborhood of anywhere from 3,500. Personally, had conferences and workshops that we as an organization we've touched at least 3,500 students, and our board of directors, for example, are made up of the original adult learners that helped found the organization. So it's really interesting. I'm so excited about the work we do. We're starting a new initiative that was actually called for to develop regional student leadership organizations now, and we're starting in New England, and we're launching our first um, program in first quarter of 2023.
That's great.
Yeah, that's really exciting for us, and we're looking, if anyone wants to be partner with us in developing a regional student leadership in their community, in their state, please reach out and let us know.
Love it. So, just one more question. If there is one
Sure,
thing you want
absolutely.
legislators, whether it's a governor or a state senator or federal senator and representative, if there's one thing you want to tell them, what message should we be getting out there this week to regarding Adult Education and Family Literacy Week?
Well, I think that message would be, Jeff, that why is it only a week? It's such an important work that the community do for adult learners. I would say at least twice a year to build this momentum and keep it going. I mean, it's too important to try and cram it into a week.
That's
So that
I,
would be it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So one last time, Wes, if we wanted to find out more about your agency and the work you do, where should we go to?
You should go to standintl.org, standinternational.org, and please reach out. Let us know what needs you have, because we will be in the neighborhood providing and developing a regional student leadership in your backyard.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Wes, thank you so much for jumping in.
Absolutely.
And despite the technical difficulties, I think if you reach out to their website and connect with them, you might even see Wes's picture up there somewhere, and you can see what he looks like. But we appreciate you jumping on today, and thanks
Thank
for
you.
participating in Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We're gonna let Wes go for a second, and we were gonna bump in Danette. We got a few minutes before we get to our 12 o'clock, and I want to add you to the stream, Danette, because you said you wanted to jump in the pool, and I see you got your camera going. At least I think you do. There's a photo up there. Danette, you want to share a little bit? What's going on? No, still not
Okay,
there.
I don't know if you can
There
hear
you
me.
go.
Can you?
There you go. We can see you, but that's okay. How you doing?
Well, I'm hanging in there. And
All
how are
right.
you
All
this
right.
morning?
I'm doing super. I'm here in
Okay,
the command
apparently you
center
can't
for
hear
Adult
me.
Education Week. Where that's okay. So Danette, tell us, like, where are you calling from?
Okay, I'm calling from New York City. I'm not part of CUNY per se. What happened is I was on their CUNY as a launch pad for tech jobs.
Awesome. Well, yeah.
Session. I wasn't one of the participants on screen. I was an attendee, and it was a lot to take in, and I had to get, coffee, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that's just awesome.
I am on, I call it a gap year, because I was working until January of this year with the Elmhurst Adult Learning Center, which is in Queens, New York, and so a little bit.
Awesome. Well, I just want to thank you for jumping on. Yeah, thank you for
That's
jumping
part of
on
my
today.
story. I
Yeah.
still go via.
You got to talk a little bit closer to your microphone. There you
go. I guess you could say celebrations and action with the students February of 2023. And ABE primarily and basic digital literacy.
Awesome. So digital literacy is so important, and we have the Digital Equity Act that was just passed.
Seems to be a very strong lag.
Yeah, good stuff.
Can you hear
Good
me
stuff.
better?
Yeah, Danette, I want to thank you for joining us, and also thank you for your persistence and hanging in there. Yeah, it's really great stuff, and I know the CUNY, the launch pad for tech jobs up there, that's our future, and we need to not only invest more in it, but we also have to we have to get people educated and give them not only the digital literacy skills, but also the access, right? Broadband access to get there. But thank you so much. And we're going to hear a lot more throughout the week. We're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be back in a few minutes. And we have a few things coming up. First of all, we're going to have some people from Penn Hill Group are going to be joining us. And we also have our links moderators from the U.S. Department of Education and Octave. Our links moderators are going to be on Meet the Moderator, and that'll be on around 12:15. But at 12 o'clock, we're going to be we'll be jumping on shortly. So hang in there, everybody. And if you have a story, you want to get something out there, please feel free to let us know, and we'll make sure we put some time to it. So we'll see you in a few seconds. Take care, everybody.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is...
We are back, and we're going to bring on our next event. So stick with us. We're going to be right there.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COA will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
As we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
Thirty seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 20.
Hey, everybody. Good to see everybody again. We are back. We've been showing a links moderator check-in. The links, it's links.ed.gov from the Department of Education, and it appears that we're having a hard time getting the audio to run over from the links program into ours, but I promise we're going to share the entire episode with you so that you can meet the moderators and get to know everybody in that great program. We're going to be back shortly, too. We have some great guests there in the house, and we're here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C., and it's Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We're really excited about the rest of the day, so stay tuned. We have a full block of guests on this afternoon, so you don't want to miss any of them. And I apologize for the little technical problems with audio on our links program. We'll try and fix it if we can. We'll get it in before then. If not, we're going to go to our next guests, which are coming up shortly. So we'll see you in a few minutes, everybody.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COA will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5.
and Family Literacy Week. Welcome. We are back and we're here in the command center and it is hopping here. We've had so many guests throughout the morning and we're really excited to have our friends from the Penn Hill Group here. How are you guys? Yeah, you're going to have to get closer to the microphone so we can hear you. I think you're on. There you go. All right. We got you going now. So we got Elise Wash and Nathan Hora from Penn Hill Group. And so Penn Hill Group, you know, people may not know across the country what Penn Hill Group is, but we're going to solve that problem right now. So why don't you tell them, what's a Penn Hill Group?
Penn Hill Group is a bipartisan consulting and lobbying firm that specializes in education and workforce issues. So in our role with COABE, we help with their public policy agenda, whether that be funding or on actual policy, and as well as engagement with the field, like folks like listening right now.
So essentially what you do is you take all of our wishes that we want legislators to understand, and you make your advocacy wand, and you put it all around it and you make it happen, right?
That is the exact way it happens.
There you go.
Well,
there you go.
I mean, it happens because of COABE members who take those wishes and help bring that information to their legislators so that way they can then act.
Yeah, good stuff. So first I got to give you a big thank you because Penn Hill Group does amazing work with us and with COABE. Thank you for your partnership and your friendship. And most importantly, thank you for guiding us. It can be a tricky, very tricky thing to navigate legislation and understand how legislators do their thing, how you can be effective, and how we really can get it all the way down, filtering down to the grassroots where it really needs to happen. So thanks for all the work that you do. I know that I got to see you this morning on the podcast, and I think our audience did as well. But if you can give us like the high level, the view of what really should be our targets when we talk about adult education in our country. What are the things that legislatively we should make sure are on our representatives and our senators' minds as they move forward?
Well, sure. So the thing that Congress is working on right now is finalizing the funding that's going to go forward for federal education programs and all government-wide programs. They need to finalize that bill before the end of the year, hopefully. So I think sharing why adult education needs to be increased as part of the funding bill that Congress is working on is critical, and providing information as to why that funding increase is so necessary for programs like all of the COABE members are part of or working on. The second thing that Congress will be hopefully looking at, not necessarily this year, although the House did make some moves to put some policy recommendations together for the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA for short, is what are the policy recommendations that COABE is looking for when it comes to adult education programs going forward. We want good funding for those programs, but we also want those programs to reflect current practice and also be able to be nimble for the future, to maybe take into the fact the pandemic and things that have happened, where the last time we rewrote that law, we didn't know that programs would have to be virtual or hybrid or what have you. We need to kind of take those kind of experiences and put that into law. And so the COABE folks have been working with Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island to develop a bill called the Adult Education Works Act, and we want to encourage COABE members to talk to their legislators about supporting and co-sponsoring that bill.
Awesome. That's great stuff. That's great stuff. There's so many things that you just hit on. I'm going through, I got 1,000 questions in my head, but I know we have limited time today. The why is the biggest thing. And from Penn Hill Group's perspective, I know we talk about this at COABE all the time, but a story paints 1,000 words. I say a story paints 10,000 words. And we don't hear enough in our field of all the success stories of our students and our educators as well. I mean, there's some great achievement. We were on earlier today. Anybody who was on this morning got to see we had a student that just passed her high school equivalency test today. And those are stories that are remarkable. We need to filter down. What do you think is the most impactful thing for legislators to actually see or touch or feel to really get into adult education?
I mean, I would say that weaving in those personal stories to the asks that we put forward is how you best present how the current system is working and what voices from the field how it can be improved and promote innovation and opportunity, like what WIOA, Workforce and Innovation and Opportunity Act, is set to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And COABE, you don't have to do this alone. If you're out there listening, COABE's got a great website, our Educate and Elevate website. Man, it's just 3 clicks, and you're there. You're getting hold of everybody you need to. And so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just go onto the COABE website and make sure, you go through and use some of those tools that are there. And they're great things, like even press releases and other things that are on there that could be remarkably helpful for you. So jump on them. Yeah, we talk about the why, but I guess what is it that you want us to know or want us to share with our legislators going forward, in particular this week of adult education and family literacy?
I mean, I think just the importance of what the work that you're doing in your communities, and how impactful it can be for local businesses and the economy in your local communities. Those are the stories and the voices and experience and expertise that COABE members can bring to their legislators and really paint that picture about why the requests that you're making are so critical and so important. It's not just for the adult learners, but for the community as a whole, and for businesses and employers to have the qualified, well-skilled people to take on these important tasks to move our country forward.
Absolutely. Great stuff. So give you a final word. What else would you like our audience to know?
The last thing I would say is, as Elise mentioned, the way that we help shape COABE's agenda is by engaging with learners, program directors, and educators. And so the way that all listeners, people tuning in right now, can be updated about what's going on at the federal level and also provide input on recommendations is to subscribe to COABE's newsletter. That also, as you mentioned, the 3 clicks, that's how listeners, advocates can quickly engage with their legislators to say, these are our needs, this is why, and it's just you put in your zip code, your address, click the send button, and takes an email off to your representative.
Love it. Easy peasy. I will tell you this, though, that one of the things that we need to hear what's going on the ground. And so if you're out there listening and you have an issue that you've been battling at a state level or even federal level or local level, the only way we really can help guide you to how to make change or how to make a difference is if we know about it. So if you're out there as an educator or as an administrator, and I know that I do a lot of work in the justice space with the correctional education systems, and there's a lot of frustration about getting new systems and changing a culture and those kinds of things. We really need to hear what's going on in the field. So if you have an issue or concern, make sure you reach out to COABE, send us a note, let us know what's going on. We'll make sure that we tap these 2 and we give them a call and say, hey, we got this issue, what should we be doing? But thank you, Penn Hill Group, for all that you do, for being here today and supporting Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and for participating in the Command Center. It's kind of cool.
Happy to be here.
It's
Awesome.
really exciting. Great week ahead. I hope everyone has.
There you go. Thanks, everybody. And we're going to be right back with our some more guests and a lot more going on this afternoon. So we're here at the Command Center in Washington, D.C., and this is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, and we're going to be right back.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live Command Center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We do. We have liftoff. We have liftoff here at Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. How are you, Sarah?
I'm very wonderful. How are you?
So, Sarah, it's Sarah Castaneda, and she's here from Digital Promise. And so there are two words that when you put together, when you separate them, are amazing words, right? Because we're talking about digital literacy and, gosh, so many promises that, we have for ourselves and for other people. But thank you so much for being here. How are you?
I'm great, and thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be part of this week, part of this conversation, and just raise awareness about adult education.
Well, we love it. We love it. Thanks for coming down. This is it's an important week for our country, the way I see it, because adult education is something that, it's getting its own week of attention, right? And part of it is all the people doing some amazing work. And I'm not just talking about, the Penn Hill Group guys are good because they're helping us guide us through the legislative end, but it's really the ground workers and the people that are doing programming, with the adult learners. That's really important, and that bringing that voice in is tremendously important. I was wondering if you could just tell us and kick us off by telling us a little bit about your current role in adult education and a little bit about Digital Promise.
Sure, happy to. So my name is Sarah Castaneda, and I'm the Director of Adult Learning at Digital Promise. We are a global nonprofit working to expand opportunity really for every learner, K through 12 into adulthood. And we work with educators, researchers, technology leaders, and communities really to design, investigate, and scale innovations that support learners through their life. And we focus especially on learners who have been historically and systematically excluded in a lot of these conversations and decisions.
Wow, that's a mouthful. That's a lot. So digital literacy, I just think it's for the longest time has gotten a kind of bun rap. It just hasn't gotten the attention that we needed until last November when it was included in the Digital Equity Act, included in the infrastructure bill. So I'm curious, how long have you guys been doing this work?
So Digital Promise started around 2008 during the Obama administration. It was an initiative as part of the Office of Education Technology, really to explore ways to leverage technology to advance learning. And digital literacy, digital skills has been part of that since the beginning, kind of thinking about the curation and research of education technology, tools to support learners and educators, making sure things are research-based, that we're, addressing social emotional learning as well to support learners. So I think digital literacy as part of supporting the whole learner has been part of Digital Promise since the beginning.
So that's crazy, but it's crazy good. But what's interesting too is that during COVID, your agency must have been tossed on its head.
Yes.
Gosh, crazy.
Yes.
Are you like a lower level now, or you're still up there?
I would say we were prepared and ready to support learning in virtual, hybrid, environments. But of course, so many people were looking for resources and ways to support learners across, learning contexts. And how can you do this in a research-based and supportive way? How can we connect to learners, support social emotional development? And my work really focuses on adult learning, so kind of understanding the impact of digital tools and technologies on adult learners. I think, to your point, people on the ground that are educators supporting learners directly, those who had already started integrating, digital tools to connect with learners and support learning, were able to adapt, more quickly, whereas those who are still relying on pencil and paper, they need a little bit more support.
Yeah, for sure they do. And it's interesting because, we talk about digital literacy, and for the longest time, I really thought that it was all about getting people really the resources, getting them the computers, and, getting them the platforms that are, some great educational tools that are out there right now. And then I realized after we gave out a few hundred computers during COVID that was only half the battle, that the access part is probably equally as important. It's kind of crazy how many different nuances you find when you do something good, and then you realize when you don't ask those hard questions, like what do you need and what does it really mean to supply it? What are you excited about in the work in your field right now? There's so much going on.
So much going on. Digital Promise is really focused on, digital equity, digital inclusion, and finding ways to support, students and families as well as educators. In particular, when it comes to adult education, I'm most excited because I see a focus on what adult learners can do. Initiatives that are really designed to value their work, value their life experiences, identify and verify skills they already have, and then opportunities to develop new skills. I think historically, adult learning has often been focused on what people lack, whether it's a high school equivalency diploma or job training or skills. But now, and we at Digital Promise and so many partners in our field, I think there's sort of a movement to focus on people as contributors, as active agents in their life, in the economy, in the changing economy, and in, decision making when it comes to education and workforce systems and how technology is advancing that. So that's what's exciting to me.
It's really exciting. And the honest truth is that we employers are now starting to jump in the pool, right? They're starting to recognize, wow, if we just taught them a little bit more about how to use a computer, how to get around a computer, how to download and cut and paste and do all those fun things you need to do in a computer, that there's tremendous value out there in the labor market.
Yep.
It just takes us to step forward. And there's some great employers around the country that are starting to do it. I know we do some work with Anson Green at Tyson Foods. Got some great programs out there that are doing that kind of stuff. We need to do more and more of that in order to really make a dent in educating a lot of our populations that just may not even have touched a computer in their lifetime. What message would you guys like to share with adult learners this week? And also, what message would you like to share with educators across the country this Adult Education and Family Literacy Week?
Well, I would say keep it up, don't relent. So there are so many, individuals, organizations, and to your point, employers who are really focused on increasing access and high quality, education, learning, job training opportunities. I think there are so many opportunities to promote learning and literacy, including digital literacy. And there are a lot of people out here trying to connect people to these opportunities. I think identifying the skills you already have is just so critical for adult learners, and to think about ways that they can communicate what they know and can do to potential employers is really important.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So I want to end with one last question, and there are a lot of accomplishments I know that you guys have in your portfolio, which are awesome. But can you share with us a little bit about like the proudest moments that you've had working for Digital Promise?
Oh, so many. I work with, such amazing people and teams at Digital Promise. So I want to shout out the adult learning team as well as everyone across the Pathways and Credentials team and beyond. But we are really focused on, leading equity-centered research. And what that means is we want to include adult learners in every stage, of the research and development projects to the extent possible, including adult learners as consultants in a lot of our work to develop, whether it is, new approaches to teaching digital literacy or understanding the use and impact of technology like micro-credentials and learning and employment records. So we are really focused on engaging adult learners in all of our work. That's what I'm most proud of. And another example of something, that has been really great in this collective impact approach is working with the Barbara Bush Foundation for Family Literacy. We were able to co-design a new digital literacy resource guide for educators using that whole language approach. So to that first question, how can we support the whole person and, including understanding social emotional, issues related to digital learning. For example, a lot of people have anxiety, using computers. So when they see a website or a web page, just looking at it can produce anxiety. So how can teachers really understand all the different factors that impact a learner when teaching digital literacy? And so we're really excited about, co-developing that guide that offers strategies to build digital literacy skills with that whole person framework, and recognize, that every learner really has a unique set of strengths, challenges, needs, and aspirations, for what they're going to do next.
Awesome. Great stuff. Great stuff. So how can we get some more information? Like if I really wanted to learn more about Digital Promise, where would I go to?
Great question. Digital Promise is out there. We're working on so many initiatives with K through 12, with adult learning, higher education. You can visit digitalpromise.org. You can also email, me directly or email us at adulted@digitalpromise.org, and we can answer any questions that you may have.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming in. And this is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is about so much. And part of it is sharing those great resources and tools out there, but the amazing work that's being done by great organizations. So we appreciate you. And thanks again for being here. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the week, and you're welcome to come back to the Command Center. And if you have some, if anyone out there has been touched by the Digital Promise, we'd love to hear you. So please log into one of our sessions. Come on, we'll be here all week, and we'd love to share a little bit about your experiences and things that that you've seen from the great work that they're doing.
Thank you so much. We are, again, just so happy to be part of the movement. We really believe in the collective impact approach. We're just one organization, but together with all of the organizations out there and COABE, bringing us all together, I really think we can make something happen. So thank you.
We definitely can. Well, thank you again, Sarah Casisio.
That's right.
There you go. Digital Promise. And we're here in the Command Center. We'll be here the rest of the week and the rest of the afternoon for sure. We got a full lineup. So hang in there, and we'll be back in a short little while. are back at the Command Center here in Washington, D.C., and we're celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And it's great to be here. My name is Jeff Abramowitz. I'm going to be hosting this for the next few days here on behalf of the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. And we're super excited because we've been bringing in some great guests throughout the morning. We started off this morning with Assistant Secretary Susan Lloyd. We've had a number of just unbelievable stories from people that have been coming in. We had our Penn Hill group talk to us about legislation, and now we have Tesol's in the house. So Jeff Hutchinson is on. I'm going to bring him on. Jeff, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. Jeffrey, how are you?
I am good. It's good to see you, my friend. How's everything?
Going well. By the way, I love your name. Not biased.
Thanks. Yeah. You know, there used to be a famous quarterback, Danny Abramowitz, who used to play. I didn't have his football abilities nor his size, but we went into different fields a little bit. So how are you doing? First, can you tell our audience a little bit about Tesol and the great work you guys do?
Be happy to, Jeff. Tesol is an association of teachers to speakers of English teachers of English to speakers of other languages. We've been around since 1966, serving everything from the pre-K through 12 to adult education to a higher education, as well as outreach internationally. We have over 13,000 members across the globe with 150 different countries represented in our membership. So just a little bit about Tesol. We supply resources for educators. We do policy work. We also provide forums and communities so that people can gather together. So whatever walk people are in helping the English learners, multi-language learners out there, we are creating a space to help them come along. So we're always excited to be part of this week because it is a large part of our membership and what we support.
Yeah, it's great work you're doing. I do a podcast through COABE called Behind Every Employer with Anson Green. And as you know, Anson's got adult education, and when it comes to the voice of men and women don't necessarily speak English as a primary language is the highest priority for Tyson. And as they do work around the country, and as Anson does work around the country, really important. So what does Adult Education and Family Literacy Week mean to Tesol?
Well, for us, it is primarily focused on what we can do to support our members and making sure that they have the resources to work with and to reach and to support English learners that they're working with. One of the things that really drives us is what we can do to support the profession. The stats that we have, especially when it focuses on adult English learners, we have, I think, over 50% or almost 50% of the population are classified as English learners in the adult ed space. And then when we look at the educators out there, less than 32% actually have any qualifications, credentials, or any type of training in teaching English as a second language or to teaching English to speakers of other languages. So that's important to us that we can reach out, find out how we can help support, how we can advocate for our members in this area, which, by doing that will further help the students that they're working with.
What's the secret sauce? Like, what is it that we need to do to really provide better adult education to our non-speaking the English students across the country? And it's a huge barrier as even getting into some career opportunities and that type of thing. But what's the secret sauce? Where should we be focused on?
Well, that's an excellent question. If I had the secret sauce out here, we would probably be having a different conversation and solving all the problems. I mean, we serve on several coalitions focused upon adult education, because we are not the experts by any stretch of the imagination, but we do play a valuable role in that to help add to that base of knowledge, that spectrum of knowledge, if you will. I like that phrase a little bit better. Of other organizations, for example, COABE, out there doing the work that you're doing, Pro Literacy, World Education, all these different associations coming together for this. But I think really it is one thing from the educator standpoint is how we can better elevate our educators in this space. so that they are seen and valued for what they do. I know in talking with a lot of our members, sometimes it's either an entryway into this profession. Perhaps you're going into higher education or getting into K through 12, or it's perhaps at the end of their career as something that they're adding on. So if there is a way that they can be elevated, I think it was. I think Secretary Cardona mentioned this a few weeks ago in one of his addresses, talking about valuing. Now, he wasn't speaking specifically to adult educators, but as the teaching profession in general, about adding more value to it and what we can do. So how we can support, how we can empower, get these resources to help them along, but also to advocate for them. And what we can do to come alongside, to highlight their stories, to help bring voices to them and to the students that they're working with.
So I love it. So talk about advocacy, and that's really what COAB is all about, is that advocacy piece. When we talk about meeting with legislators and really pushing the envelope, if there was a message that you wanted to share with our legislators, both at a state, local, and even national level, what should they know about the work that you do and Tesol does?
Well, there's the platitude that I like to start from that all boats, when the tides are in, all boats rise. If you're supporting this, whether it's educators, whether it's the adult learners, that you're not just supporting a segment, you're supporting all aspects of the economy, all aspects of the education system, all aspects of the workforce. Because when you are investing in you're investing in what drives and what motivates and what provides the resources for people to get out to accomplish what their dreams are, what their hopes are for their families, for themselves, for their communities. That really is where it begins. And when it comes to Tesol, what I want educators to know, what I want legislators to know, my apologies, I had that a little backwards there. What I want our legislators to know is that we are here supporting a very large community of people that are part of, historically it's been called the American dream. It changes in concept as we go, but people that are contributing to our culture, our environment, our country. They're bringing the diversity that is so just rampant throughout all of the world that adds to us and makes us better. So if we, as Tesol, can play in that role to help provide that resources, it brightens, it encourages, it improves everything. So it's not just about, I know that legislators like to see numbers. It's not just about a particular number and a segment. It is about impacting everyone, because ultimately the adult educators, the adult learners, they're part of our communities throughout the United States. So I just impress upon them that, and I always like to say it's not always about money, but money really helps in that. But what ultimately is the aspiration and dream of the focus and the investment in adult education.
Yeah, that's awesome. So I want to ask you one last question, and this is kind of a softball one. I'm going to give it to you. But if we just elected you right here at COAB. We elected you president of the United States for about 30 seconds, and we want you to issue a proclamation for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. What are you going to say in it?
Wow. Okay. Well, I always take the bent. The proclamations tend to go a little long-winded. So if I could truncate it down and put it in precise, I would just say, the United States has been a country for over 2 centuries that has empowered and emboldened dreams and aspirations of peoples throughout the world. And through adult education, we can continue that. And to an individual, they can add their voice to that through a focus on adult education, through a focus on being able to improve their lives. And we, as a country, are here to support, here to come alongside, and here to raise you up as much as we can in that process.
I love it. I love it. So you can go ahead and start the campaign signs, start making those, drafting those up, and we'll get them out for you. But I want to thank you on behalf of COABE. Thank you for your partnership and your friendship. COABE and Tesol have a great relationship. We hope to continue to build on it and appreciate all the work that you're doing. So thank you. And on this Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, we hope you guys are out there spreading the word. If you have any success stories, either through Tesol or anyone else out there listening, join us. You know, our link is on our website at coabe.org, and you'd be just jump right in. We'll get you on the air. We took number of calls this morning and got people on the air that were doing some great work, and some students have actually as well. So, Jeff, thank you so much. And you're right, we do have a great first name, and I'm looking forward to working with you down the road. So, thanks again for being with us.
All right, thank you, and thank you for all the work that COABE is doing. All the best.
You got it. Jeff Hutchinson from Tesol. So thanks for Jeff for being with us. Tesol's doing some great work, and we appreciate them. And we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be back. We have a full packed agenda this afternoon. We have more guests coming in, so we're hoping you stick with us, and we'll be back very shortly for our next guest. You're listening to the Command Center here for the Coalition on Adult Basic Education in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We'll see you in a few minutes.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting.
30 seconds and counting. There we are. Welcome. Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing. Looks like we're having a little bit of audio, but we'll be back in a second. We'll check it out and see what's going on.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
As we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
We are back and welcome. We are back. Sorry about that. We I think crossed wires somewhere, but we are grateful to be back here today at the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, and super excited about all of the guests we've had. We are about to bring on another super guest, and we just have rock stars in the house today. So I want to welcome our good friend from World Education Services, Global Talent. And Deborah, how are you?
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for having me here, Jeffrey. I hope that you can hear me okay.
We can. I think I left the room for a minute, and I think I pulled all of my wires out of our computer. We are back. Yes, those little problems. That's what makes life fun.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you for being here today. Why don't you tell us a little bit about, first tell us about yourself and the work you do, and then we'd love to learn a lot more about World Education Services.
Absolutely. So let me just start by saying that I'm so happy to be here in support of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week this year. And so I'm really here on behalf of the organization that I work at that's called World Education Services, commonly referred to as WES, WES for short. It's a nonprofit social enterprise where we have a work and mission that's focused on helping international students, immigrants, and refugees to achieve their educational and career goals in the United States. Through the Global Talent Bridge program that I specifically work under, my role really supports the inclusion of immigrants and refugees with international education so that they can fully utilize their education and experience here in the US. We partner with and work very closely with many adult education program providers across the nation. And as you know, I mean, I love it. I saw on one of the slides that COABE put up for this week, adult education is an economic catalyst. So the connection with my work and adult education is really on ensuring two things. The first one being that immigrants and refugees are more fully aware and that they have access to adult education programming that's most appropriate for supporting their economic needs. And I work to ensure that through the development of targeted resources and content, they can do that. And then the second is really just doing my part to create resources and build connections and programming that's relevant for adult educators so that they're also more aware of how to support the needs of the international educated immigrant population.
I love it. I love it. So tell me something. I love, you go get right into the meat of it.
I got right into it.
You just jump right in the pool. But I'm curious, tell me a little about what gets you most excited about what you see today in the field?
Absolutely. It's a great question because, honestly, and maybe others will co-sign and agree to this, but it's the impact, honestly, that's created. It's the ability to hear firsthand about the individual successes that are achieved because of adult education programming. I think about the nurse from Colombia that received contextualized ELL programming so that she could sit the nursing exam in her state of residence, and so that she could go on to work as a registered nurse here in the United States. I also think about the internationally educated teacher from Burkina Faso who stepped foot into an adult education class and with the right guidance and information is now on the path to becoming a licensed teacher again. When you know that the outcome of someone's life has been changed as a result of programming, and in this case, adult education programming, it's kind of hard not to get excited by it.
Yeah, so you're so right. And we see it all the time, especially because we see it with our students. But here's what we don't see. We don't see the 5-year-old who now goes to school after mom and dad got their high school equivalency and they get a good job and they go to school with a new jacket or nice sneakers, or they're proud of mom and dad at parent teacher conference. And, it's so generational, and the change that's going to happen when you help an adult learner is unbelievable. And I think something we don't give enough credence or credit to along the way, which is something that I'm hoping will eventually change with things like Adult Education and Family Literacy Week as we promote it. I'm curious a little bit too about what your organization might be hoping to achieve during this week in particular.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I have to say that I couldn't agree more with the statement that you referenced. I mean, we know in our work that, there are individuals that are capable of being able to reclaim their professional past with the right intervention, with the right support, so that it changes their economic trajectory and that of their family and their communities. One thing that we're really hoping for this week is an increased awareness about the value and the impact of adult education programming. And we're really excited because, we have opportunity in which, what we seek to achieve and what we want to achieve because of the work of COABE and member organizations, and because of the advocacy and the policy work that we do. We're also excited this week because we have federal legislation that's actually on the floor of Congress and scheduled for a vote today. And our hope is that the vote comes down to a yes, but we certainly want to try to encourage adult educators and adult learners that are there to support the legislation, which is called the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act, by contacting their U.S. reps to vote in favor of the bill.
So that's worthy of another shout out. Britt, give it to us again. What's the name of the legislation that's up today?
Absolutely. It's the Bridging the Gap for New Americans Act. And we really are excited. We found out not just a few hours ago that it's on the floor. It's actually going to be put to a vote today. So hopefully today, worst case, I think tomorrow, but certainly, it's imperative that we sort of look at opportunities like this legislation to be able to really do the study that's necessary to ensure that the economic contributions of those that have international education is able to occur here in the United States.
I love it. I love it. So if you're at home right now and you're near a computer, I want you to go on the computer and just pull up your legislator's email and just shoot them an email and say, hey, this is coming up today. Make sure you put your vote in. And super, super important that, those things that legislators need to know. And one of the things I think is a little challenging in this space is that there are great pieces of legislation like that we don't often just go all out and make sure that our ground support, like all the people that this has an impact on, really raise their voice. And trust me, our legislators are really attuned to how they got into that office. They got there because of their constituents. So we need to be the voice. We need to get out there, and we need to go out and let them know what we're thinking. And when there is a great piece of legislation, or there is something that's important for you, especially when it comes to something so important as adult education, you need to go out there and reach out and give them a call and say, hey, I want you to support this bill. We make sure we get some more funding for that. What's the call out to adult learners and adult educators during Adult Education Week, and what are the things that you'd like them to know?
Sure. I think, the real call out for us is just that There are resources that are available to be able to support adult learners in understanding the programs and services that are available to support their full inclusion across the country. We know that there are some states that are really ensuring that their adult educators, as well as the program administrators, that they have the right pieces of information to provide those direct supports and right services for individuals. Making sure that they're asking the right questions, in any sort of an intake or a first orientation to the class that individuals are attending, to make sure that they're ascertaining whether or not these are individuals for which there might also be a pathway that works for them to be able to connect more closely with what they did in the past. So certainly, I think it really comes down to, we understand the value and the impact of adult education programming, and we want to make sure that there's full awareness for everybody that can be a direct beneficiary of that.
That's super. Great piece of advice. Really super great piece. If people wanted to learn more about World Education Services and the work you guys are doing, how would they go about doing that?
Absolutely. So we do have a website. So I certainly can plug it here. WESforsam.org is a perfect place to be able to go and to learn a little bit more about the services that are provided. If you are, in fact, an adult learner that was educated outside of the United States and you're wanting to be able to gain access into a program, you're wanting to pursue career pathway options, then certainly we encourage you to take a look at some of the free resources that we have available that can best support you in understanding what the right next step is to take, as well as in understanding that the education that you have gained overseas does have value, and it can help you if there's a certain program or course that you want to get access to, and you want to be able to demonstrate that you do have a minimum level of competence in that area. So certainly that website is fantastic. And if you're a program provider, then I would definitely say that, one of the things that's really helpful for folks that are practitioners or administrators is to go also to the WES.org website, and under the Global Talent Bridge program, you'll see that we work closely with institutional partners across the country. We're in the 5th year of launching our Skilled Immigrant Integration Program, and that's a model we commonly refer to as SIP, and the program offers communities the opportunity to leverage technical assistance from West Global Talent Bridge and some of our national partners. One of which I think I heard just on the last interview, Anson Green, certainly helping us in providing some technical assistance for some of the employment-focused activities that communities are looking at. But we also are working with communities that want to be able to also support the development and the expansion of contextualized digital literacy programs. Texas is a state that's coming to mind. I know they're doing a lot of work there in conjunction with World Education Services. And I think the last thing that I'll mention is just for those people that might be interested in finding out other ways that they can partner and work and just be supported by WES. We also do policy and advocacy efforts. As I mentioned, the current legislation, but certainly if you go to the WES website and you look under Global Talent Bridge or the Imprint Coalition, you can see other ways that you can get involved in being able to support and amplify the contributions of this work.
Awesome. Deborah, thank you so much for being here today. So I'm going to ask you one question I haven't asked anyone yet today, and you look like you're pretty creative and fun, so we're going to give this one to you. So if you were a mascot for AEFL Week, what would that mascot look like?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. I have to tell you, the first thing that comes to my mind would be an owl. I tend to think that an owl could be a pretty cool mascot because, they're often associated with wisdom and with knowledge. And I think there's just certainly a lot of wisdom that's shared as well as gained through adult education. So my vote would be for the owl.
I love it. Great answer. Great answer. Deborah, thank you so much. World Education Services, give it to us one more. If we want more information on World Education Services, where do we go to?
Absolutely. If you want more information, go to WESforsam.org.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was just going to say we're a partner of COABE, so by all means, you can also find our information on the COABE website.
So I was going to end with that. Thank you guys for your partnership, for your friendship. We enjoy working with you. It's all fulfilling the mission of advancing adult education in our country, and we can't wait to what's next. So stay tuned. We hope that our our entire population that's out there that's listening to this during the week. If you have a story, a success story, please give us a call, send us an email, or hop on the COABE website at coabe.org and let us know that you want to share a little bit and pop onto the podcast. We'll be here all week. We have guests lined up all throughout the week, great guests, and we're looking forward to sharing and doing some more. So Adult Education Family Literacy Week, we're here in the Command Center with Deborah, and thank you so much for joining us today. And we'll be right back in a little bit.
Bye.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Command Center here in Washington, D.C. I am not Jeffrey Abramowitz. Actually, I'm Don Finn. I am the past president of the Coalition on Adult Basic Education and part of the team that's the boots on the ground here in Washington, D.C. And we have just had a wonderful, wonderful time so far, and we have so much planned for our time here in D.C. and throughout the entire week. And so it is my absolute pleasure to welcome our guest from California, from the Elk Grove Community Education Program. Let me have you go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hi, Don. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be on this podcast today. My name is Menendajit Kaur, and I work for Elk Grove Adult and Community Education for Elk Grove School District, California. And I'm an English language learner, and I started learning English in this school, and this is the place where I'm working now.
Well, that is so great. We have so many folks who come through the ranks of adult education and then end up actually working there as well. So tell me a little bit more about your current role in adult education. How long have you been working with adult learners, and what capacity are you working with them?
Actually, I've been in different roles in the same school. I've been working here since 2015, so it's been 7 years. And I started as a staff service technician in ESL department, where I was responsible for doing the student registrations, orientations, and testing students for CASAS testing. And then I got my teaching permit, so I'm a substitute teacher as well. And finally, I just started a few months ago as a job coach here in the same school. So where I'm helping people to get jobs. So I'm helping them with resumes, with interview skills. So I've been in quite different roles, and I'm enjoying every bit of it.
Well, that is outstanding. Congratulations on your new role, and I bet that you are just, really great in that role, working with the students and so on. And what an encouragement it must be as somebody who has come up through the adult education ranks to be in that position to help guide them through the system. So, let me ask you this question: why are you excited about your work in the adult education field? What is it about that work that excites you so much?
I'm very excited working in the adult ed because I think adult education is changing the lives of people. I'm one example of it. I came to this country in 2013, even though I had a good command of reading and writing English, but I never spoke English in my life back in India. So I was always like hesitate to start a conversation in English. And then one day I was passing by the school and I didn't know anything about it. But when I saw the board saying adult education, and I did do some research, and I thought maybe I should give it a try. I should go there and start learning English. And that's how it started. And after I was here, I got the right guidance from all of my teachers, and I want to acknowledge every people working in the school, each one of them, because they are the one who guided me, and then throughout my career, and since still they are supporting me, and that's why I wanted people to let them know, whoever is here, that there is adult education that exists and that is changing the lives of individual as it changed the life for me.
That is outstanding. And I will say this to programs: make sure you have your signage out there because you'll draw those students in. That is wonderful to hear. So let me ask you this. Wow. So you've been in the country since 2013. You've been in the program since 2015. So along the way, what are some accomplishments that you're most proud of or that you're working on that you'd like to share with our audience?
Sorry, I think I'm having internet connectivity issues, so I couldn't able to understand what was your question. So
sure, let me
I
ask
think
it again.
we disconnected.
Sure, let me ask you again. So what are some accomplishments that you're proud of or that you're working on? Oh, it looks like we've lost her. Oh no, she was saying that she had some connectivity issues. So those are the types of things that happen, I suppose, in live podcasting. And I will confess, folks, this is my first podcast, but I promise my hands have been above the table. I haven't touched anything. So anyway, but we are really excited about the activities that are happening here, and hopefully we can get her back on in the future for a podcast. But I will, let me see. Oh, it looks like she's connected again. Let's hold on to it. All right. Hello. Are you back?
Yes. Yes, I'm back. I think I'm having technical issues. I'm so sorry. I think I have a good connection, but I don't know it happened, right?
Oh, no problem at all. So let me go ahead and repeat that question that I had, because I think, you know, as an adult education student, as somebody who is now contributing and coaching fellow adult education students, let me ask you some of the accomplishments that you're proud of, or accomplishments that you're working toward that you'd like to share with our audience.
I think I'm very proud of the work that I'm doing, because this is the place that is changing the lives. Again, I'm saying the same thing because I know some of the people who come here with no knowledge of what adult education is. And once they come in and they know the resources that we have, they are able to move ahead in their lives, whether it's helping their kids with their homework, or whether it's going to doctor's appointment. They're being successful in all aspects of society, and they're able to get better jobs by getting more skills.
Excellent, excellent. And so, you know, as we're looking here now, and you're speaking really to a national audience, both live and those folks who will look at the archives of this podcast. So, what message specifically would you like to share with adult learners and educators across the country?
Yes. So I think I'm again having technical issues. I'm really sorry about it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
not-
Can you? Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I would like to. Yes.
Okay. So, what message do you have, or that you'd like to share with adult education students or educators across the country? Nope, you're not hearing me, are you? Okay,
So-
well.
Yes. So, as being an English language learner, the first message that I wanted to let people know is at least they should come in and then they should find more about the adult education. Because because I was in the same situation, if I hadn't done the research about adult education, and if I hadn't taken the step to come here and take classes, I would not be the same place as I am. So I wanted everybody to know that there are resources that exist, and they need to be more aware. And I think for adult education, we also need to focus on probably more reaching out to community and let the people around us know that we have these services. As an example, we are setting up a table in the pumpkin patch here in our city. We're having a big pumpkin patch field, and I know that there would be people from the different communities. We're hoping to set up a table over there so that we can make people aware about the resources that we have. And as another example, I can mention that we just, like 2 weeks ago, we had a community and culture fair at our school where we gathered people from other communities, and they were all, we were trying to give them.
All right, it looks like we lost her again, folks. So, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do then is we're going to be flexible here at the command center, and just hope that everybody has an opportunity to tell your friends, tell folks about what's happening here. Go ahead and check us out. We're on Twitter. We're also on YouTube, and just tell your friends, tell your colleagues about Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the different activities that are happening here with COABE. Again, we want to thank you for joining us, and hope that you have a good rest of the day. We'll be back up in just a little bit with some more live interviews.
We are back at the command center. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if we can get this mic going a little bit better. I think we're good. And we're here at the command center in Washington, D.C., the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. And welcome, everybody. Hold on. Let's switch, a little switch here. There we go. That's better. Now I can hear myself. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. We're having a wonderful day today. We are really excited about our next guest that's coming on, and we've been having a fun day. We've seen and heard from so many people and proclamations everywhere happening across the country. Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is so important to really raise the voice of what's needed to help our adults in our country get smarter and find their way to a career pathway. So really excited about everything that's happened today and looking forward to the rest of the week. We have a packed schedule tomorrow, and but to get there, we still have to go through some wonderful people. And I'm grateful to bring on our next guest, Sarah Simmons, and let's bring her right on. How are you, Sarah? Sarah, we can't hear you, so can you see? You may be muted maybe? It's possible? Maybe. We'll give her a second. But Sarah is from Pearl River Community College, and she's wearing her Pearl River shirt, I believe. We still can't hear you, Sarah, so I'm not sure. Might be on your, you want to check your settings maybe, where it says audio to get your microphone. There you go. But it's been a great week. We started off today with Amy Lloyd, the Assistant Secretary of Office of Career and Technical Education, and we've just been running through the day of people that are doing some great stuff. I will tell you, we'll be here the rest of the week, and again, if you have a student or a story that you'd like to share and get out there, please feel free to let us know. Come on the podcast, send us an email, go on to coabe.org, jump on some of the web link. We'll make sure the link for the shows are all posted for tomorrow so that you can join us. Now, we still can't hear you, Sarah, so not sure. It might be something from your end. She's going to try and pop back in. So it's really good stuff. So why is Adult Education and Family Literacy Week so important? Well, it's important because number one, we need to get the word out of how important it is to our legislators at all levels so that we can, number one, access additional funding to secure for our teachers, for programming, to support our students. And second, because the truth is that if we can't, as a country, get people smarter and into career opportunities, then our marginalized populations will continue to be marginalized, and we'll make it tougher for people to come out of poverty. And a lot of that is really understanding that, the key to getting started into a good career and career pathway is education. It's understanding not only the skill of doing the job, but also navigating technology for today. We've heard a lot today about digital literacy and how important digital literacy is in our country, and supporting the Digital Equity Act, which is going in over the next year, going through the planning phase. But there are tools and resources that are out there that I think teachers need to know and the public needs to know that are available to help people as they navigate their education. So a lot of those tools are in the Department of Education's own website. So we're going to give Sarah one more try. There you go. We still can't hear you, Sarah. So I'm not sure. Don't think it's from our end because we've been okay, but she's going to give it one more try. There you go. So there's a lot happening at a federal level, but it's really down in the weeds. It's really in the grassroots, in the neighborhoods, in the communities, the community centers, that the real work happens, where students go in and sometimes they're working 2 or 3 jobs and they're coming in and still trying to get that high school education, that GED or a high school equivalency so they can move forward into their next career. And it's hard. It's hard. Most of the lessons I learned as a director at an adult literacy agency was it really wasn't the content that was the most difficult part of the classroom setting. It was actually navigating life. It's everything else. Holding down a job, getting the kids to school.
just transportation issues, clothing issues, all those other challenges that people face are often at the forefront. And our educators across the country have come to really dig deep and understand that, keeping students and adults in the classroom also means helping them navigate some of those challenges. And it definitely does take a village in all of this. So we're really excited about being here the rest of the week and here in Washington, and we'll be virtual. We also have workshops going on tomorrow all day. We'll be podcasting throughout the day. And if you are in Washington, we hope that you'll join us. Sarah, one more try.
I'm ready now.
There you go. We love it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, it's great to meet you. And
Nice to meet you as well, Jeffrey.
thank you so much for joining us. So tell us a little about the work you do and Pearl River Community College.
Yes, currently I'm the Woodall Test Examiner at Pearl River Community College. I've been in adult education at PRCC for 8 years. What I do now, I work in our test center, and we offer workforce and adult education tests like HiSET, GED, ACT work keys, and then we also offer some national healthcare exams like the CCMA test or phlebotomy and EKG.
Wow, that's a mouthful. That's great work. So what type of students are you seeing in your classrooms?
So we have adult education students in our classrooms. We have a wide array of students. We have young, old, we have ESL students. So we have a lot of different kinds of students.
So we're celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And one thing that we're trying to understand and trying to spread a word, what are the challenges that are facing our students? And you're on the front line. You're there and you see the challenges that they face. What are the things that the public needs to know about our adult learners?
So I think that the public needs to know that our adult learners are struggling 10 times more than what we are currently struggling. So I know, especially, everyday workers are struggling right now. You go to the grocery store, everything is expensive. Well, for the adult learner that they don't have a high school diploma, it's 10 times more difficult for them because they don't make as much money as we do. They don't. So when they do have decide to go to the classroom and they're brave enough to do that, then they're sacrificing their employment because they're not getting as many hours. So, I mean, it's all aspects of their life is much more difficult. And so I'm just so proud of them, our adult learners, for being able to show up and be in the classroom and make those sacrifices.
I love it. So, Sarah, you can hear the excitement in your voice when you talk about this stuff. I mean, you could see it in your smile, but you can feel it in your voice. What are you most excited about in the work that you do?
I think I'm most excited about my work because I am an adult learner. I went through our program here at Pearl River Community College, and I obtained my GED, and then I went on to get my associate's degree. And so every day is rewarding for me, being able to give back and to help students, adult learners, transition from adult education into either employment or furthering their education. And it's just all about changing lives and helping others.
I love it. Congratulations. It's a great story, but can you share with us, like, everyone out there is thinking, wondering, like, what's it take? Like, what is the secret? What drove you to go through? It's not an easy path, too. I mean, getting your high school equivalency and then going on for your associates, it's challenging. It takes a lot of work and persistence. And what was the secret for you?
The secret for me is just all the support around me that I had, whether it was my family or the adult educators that I met along the way, and then my mentors. And so I think, when they say, it takes everyone wrapping their arms around you to build you up and to get you on your journey, and to help you grow. And I just want to thank adult educators, because they are a vital part of an adult learner's journey. And without them cheering us on, we couldn't do it.
Well, it's that great bear hug, right?
Right.
You get everybody in the room, one great big bear hug. That's awesome. I know that you currently, you still work with students, correct?
Yes, in the test center.
In the test center. So I think that one of the big things and challenges that students often have is the fear of taking tests. Come on,
yes.
give us some tricks. What do you do to make it a little bit easier for them?
So that's where I try just to keep a positive smile and and just be encouraging and friendly, and offer as much positivity as I can, and let them know that it's going to be okay. And even if we don't get it that first try, it's all right. We're not going to give up. It's okay to be scared. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as we don't give up, that's what matters.
There you go.
And that's just a thing I keep repeating in my head. As long as we don't give up, that's what matters.
Yeah, keep chipping away at it. So,
Right.
Sarah, there are a lot of legislators that are mayors and local legislators and leaders and higher in the federal level that really would want to know from you, like, why should we make this a priority in our country?
Because we're creating future workers. We're creating future tax-paying citizens, and their support of adult education impacts our economy and our students' livelihood.
Yeah, that's a great answer. That's a great answer. So I'm going to give you the magic wand, okay? Here it is. I'm passing it right through to you.
Okay.
You got the magic wand now. And I want you to wave the magic wand, and I want you to tell me, in the adult education world today, you could change anything. What would it be?
If I could change anything,
Or you could fix anything.
fix anything,
Or you can give yourself a new
more
car.
money. More money.
There you go. More money. That's a great one. That's great. Yeah, so, we always say more money, but I think the reality is that, adult educators they don't make the king's ransom, right? They don't make a lot of money. And more importantly than even that is the resources and tools that are available that
Yes.
often we don't use or we don't have access to, like full computer labs and,
Exactly.
and online tools and licensing. Yeah.
And that's more money for resources so that the educators can do their job.
Yeah, for sure. How many students do you work with in a year?
Over 1,000.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Do you sleep?
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot of learners.
But that's how many we touch as a program.
That's great. That's awesome work.
So
So tell us, if we wanted to get more information about your program, where would we get that information? Where could we go to?
So you can go to prcc.edu. And if you go to academics, you'll look down and you'll see adult education, and you can click on that.
I love it. PRCC, and then go to Adult U, and that's where you can find it.
prcc.edu.
.edu. I love it. So one last thing, a question. I do a lot of work personally in the justice space, and we got the Pell Grant window that's going to be opening up in January. More and more people are going to have access to Pell Grant funding. Do you have any? Do you work with anyone that's justice impacted in your system?
Justice impacted?
Yeah, any who's gone to jail or prison that's come home.
Yeah, I give the high set in a correctional facility.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I do. I work with inmates once a month.
That's great. How's that going?
It's awesome. I love it.
Yeah. How do they do? Are they motivated inside?
They're very motivated. Yes. It's when you think of working in the correctional facility, and you think that adult learners things are difficult there, it's 10 times difficult for the corrections. So, but they are so motivated, and that's what they want, growth and an opportunity, and that it's awesome.
Sarah Simmons, you are awesome. Congratulations on your journey, and thank you for doing everything to help adult learners in your area at the Pearl River Community College. So it's pearlrivercommunitycollege.edu, correct?
Right, prcc.edu.
I love it. I love it. And yeah, if you want some more information on Sarah's programs, and congratulations on doing work behind the walls as well, because it's a really important aspect of the work that we do for adult learners that are incarcerated or coming home, and continuing to give them an opportunity to advance and find their next journey. So Sarah, thank you for joining us so much. We hope that we'll check in, maybe even stop by later this week. And if you have a student success story you'd like to share, let us know. We'd be glad to put it on for you and give them some credit, some credo, a little bit of pat on the back. It'd be great. But thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. It was a pleasure having you, and we'll talk to you soon. All right. Take care. So we'll be back in a little bit, and we got some more guests coming up. We're going strong until at least 5 o'clock. We have we'll be done by 5 o'clock today. So we have some more guests coming on in the next hour or so. So actually in about 15 minutes. So stay tuned. We're here at the Command Center for COABE, Coalition on Adult Education, here in Washington, D.C., celebrating Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. We'll be right back.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
As we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to the Command Center here in Washington, D.C. This is Don Finn. I am the past president of the Coalition on Adult Basic Education, and we welcome you back to the Command Center here in D.C. during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. And boy, what a great day we have had so far. Taking the helm here just a little bit from Jeffrey Abramowitz, who has done an awesome job. I've got all his equipment here, and I'm afraid to touch anything. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to bring in our guest. Here, Patrick Brown. Patrick, how are you, sir?
I'm great. It's great to be on the deck of the Enterprise at the Command Center.
Well, we are certainly glad to have you here, and I would imagine that probably the modern Enterprise would have generated or had originated from Michigan, maybe Detroit or something.
I hope, in the engine capital of the world, right?
A little shout out. Hey, it's so good to see you, Patrick. Of course, you and I, we're not strangers to one another. We've seen each other at the conference and have had an opportunity to work on different things, and so really happy to have you here. So let's go ahead, Patrick. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience and tell us a little bit about yourself and your involvement in adult ed.
Well, thank you, Don. I'm so happy to be here on behalf of Michigan and the Michigan Adult Community and Alternative Education Association. I'm Patrick Brown. I'm the executive director of our state association. So my work in Michigan leads me to really help with a lot of the professional development, public policy, research, and advocacy, all the way from early childhood to adult skill building. So this is an important week for us. And our association is doing so much in our state to really affect those causes in both the education and the workforce development space. So I'm happy to be here.
Well, that's great, and we are happy to have you here, Patrick. And you have done so many good things there in your role as executive director in Michigan. So let me ask you the first question here. You've already told us a little bit about your role in adult ed. So why are you excited about your work in the field?
Well, I got my start in adult education on the literacy side, in fact, and worked at a literacy center nonprofit in the city of Detroit. And from that time, I've really built my career around really wanting to help those on the margins of our society, those that need extra assistance or help by no fault of their own, and really the set of circumstances that have led them perhaps to those situations, and how we can bring them back into the fold and help them prosper. So that trajectory has afforded me this great opportunity, this great career. I never knew or thought that I would go into adult education or be in this line of work, but it's been so rewarding for me, not only to on an individual basis help others, but to build that camaraderie and that community also with the professionals in this field. There are so many dedicated people that have given their lives to working in this profession and to expanding the role that it has within our society, both in the workforce space, the post-secondary access space, the education space. So that's what gets me excited, is just to see those small wins on a daily basis that we all know and love when we work in this field, but also the bigger picture as well, is that we're really affecting change. And we know what the return on investment is, but there's a greater return on investment that we still have yet to see, just because of the impact of the work that we do.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, Patrick, you really raised a great point, no doubt about it, that I don't know anybody in the third grade when they're talking about careers that say, I want to be an adult educator, right? So many of us seem to come into this space through some sort of a side door and just absolutely fall in love with the field and really seeing adults succeed. So thank you for your contributions there. And boy, again, you've just come up in the ranks there and really providing some great leadership through your organization in Michigan. So let me ask you this then, along that line, what are some of the accomplishments that you're proud of or that you're working on that you'd like to share with our audience?
Well, I can say on a personal note that I've had a lot of great mentors during my time in adult education. And more broadly now, the work that we do is really with a team. We have a team of dedicated professionals around the state that are doing the work day in and day out. And especially for our association, we have a volunteer board. That's always our third employee, I say, is our volunteer board. They're unpaid, but they are our third employee, helping us to affect change and move things forward. And some of the things that I'm most proud of is that we were able to transition into a full-time executive director position within our association. That took many years of planning and dedication on behalf of previous boards and numerous boards of our association, but also expanding the involvement and engagement of adult skill building and the lens of adult skill building to other partnerships around the state. We've increased our partnerships with our workforce development partners, with the community college partners, even in spaces that are not typically tied to education, but are important to the populations we serve. Working with other community-based organizations like the Homeless Association of Michigan, working with others like ensuring equitable access to healthcare resources, transportation resources, those kinds of things that are often on the ancillary space. And because of that leadership and dedication that we've had with our board, we've been able to expand those partnerships and to do those kinds of things. Other things that we're proud of is that now we offer a scholarship for adult education graduates every year. That's a new investment that we'll be able to do and trying to give back to these communities and give back to learners who still need assistance as they transition out of the adult education system into their next stage or into their next goal. And so we've been excited to be able to do that. We've also increased our capacity to provide professional development. That's, as you know, Don, there's almost like not enough professional development to go around in the world from adult education and family literacy. So being able to do that and to partner with COABE and to be up to date on trends and to really dial into the professional aspect of our field and our profession and be able to share those resources and be able to leverage those, I've been very proud that we've been able to do that. Not only increase the quantity, but ensure that there's quality there. And that is, I think, a really positive thing and a positive aspect for our field.
Absolutely, and Patrick, I will say that we do appreciate the work that you have done there, and what a wonderful opportunity to leverage partnerships and also to give back through scholarships for students. That's just outstanding. And I will say too, and I'd like for you to share just a little bit about what you have done, what your organization has done in Michigan as far as AEFL Week, because we've seen some of your stuff and it's quite impressive. So please tell us a little bit about what you have done to elevate AEFL Week and maybe how you went about doing that.
Well, this would be a good reminder for me to let anyone know in Michigan, if you're listening, that there are wonderful things for you to be engaged with, to be able to take part in this week. One of first is obviously accessing all the resources that COAB has. We would not be able to do what we do without that direction, the leadership, and the cultivation of resources there. But this week is a busy week for us. We've got a proclamation from the governor that's going to be coming out very shortly. So we're very excited about that. I am also participating in the Michigan School Administrators Conference, which will have a lot of the leaders from our state and the education realm and education space and presenting on the importance of adult education. We're also participating in the Invest in the Midwest virtual rally, joining some of our other partners in the Midwest region tomorrow to talk about the importance of adult education, particularly in our Midwestern states, the economic impact, the social impact. And then this week we also have within our association, because we just wanted to add more things to the list, we've got a couple of our programs that are having actually galas or raising awareness through events. And so one of our literacy centers has an event on Thursday night that I'll be participating in. It's a spelling bee, actually. And so I'm hoping I've been practicing my spelling words here throughout the course of the week. And then Friday, we actually have a new director's training. So anyone who's new to our association and new to the field of adult education in Michigan will be attending our new to adult ed webinar series on kicking off on Friday. And we're excited about that. We thought it was a good week. It was a busy week, but it's a poignant week to kind of mark that. And it's a good grounding week for those new folks in our state to kind of get that perspective and to carry that enthusiasm forward throughout the week. We've got numerous legislative events happening. We've got numerous partners that are meeting with their legislators and both virtually and in person throughout the state. And we're going to be very active on social media this week with the larger COAB network. And so, yeah, we're excited.
Well, that's great. And I will say, too, just a little bit about Invest in the Midwest. We are hoping to actually have some live on scene, from the scene, if you will, reporting from that event tomorrow. So we're really looking forward to that and appreciate your participation in that. Yeah, you've got a pretty full agenda for sure. But I think that, having a focused week like this, along with a governor's proclamation and even bringing in school administrators and so on, is a wonderful way to, I guess, evangelize, for lack of a better term, for the great things that are happening in adult education and really the value of adult education. So thank you for that.
Can I add one more thing, Don, really quick?
Absolutely, please do. One
more thing is that we've really encouraged our local providers. Sometimes this advocacy work and a lot of the networking opportunities, you don't know where to start. And so we've really encouraged our local providers just to reach out to their community partners, even the ones that they think know about them and the work that they do, to really just remind them that they're here, they're open, either in person or virtually, and they're providing a lot of different programming opportunities. It's a great time as we turn back to the fall setting. It's a typical time for when a lot of our program is ramping up and more robust. And we just encourage them to use this week as an opportunity to re-engage with partners that they've had for a while in a new way, or to start new conversations with new people in a simple way of, this is who we are, this is what we do, and we want to partner with you. And I that has been really rewarding, I think, and a good place for people to start.
And so let me ask you this, and just to keep the flow going with the legislative types of things, what message would you, if there's one thing that legislators should know, one message about adult education, what would that be?
it sounds cliche, but adult education really is the linchpin, and I think the solution to many of the societal issues that we're facing within our culture, whether it's around social justice, whether it's around poverty reduction, whether it's around increasing equity, whether it's around access to affordable healthcare or to education. Having a populace that has access to resources and is utilizing and leveraging some of our existing systems and able to propel themselves from one economic status to another, and to increase their own literacy and their own overall well-being, as well as their children's, is really, really powerful and poignant. And so it sounds grandiose, but it works, and it's important that we articulate that. And I think that if there was significant investments in those areas, and that's what our message has been, is that we need to look at this as a place to invest, because it connects and touches upon so many other facets of issues that we're trying to solve. And this is a place that we know we can work with, and we know we can start. So that's my message this week. And I think that that's the message that we've been trying to carry forward with COABE and with all the members in Michigan.
Yeah, and that is a great message, absolutely. And I can tell you that one of the things that I have said as well, when meeting with legislators, legislative aides, and so on, is that adult education can truly, truly change the path of a family tree and of a family legacy. It's just amazing the impact, the positive impact it can have, not only in families, but then communities and so on. So let me ask you this, kind of a fun question. I know that Jeff Abramowitz, who's been doing who's done the earlier podcasts, he's thrown this question out to a few. Here it comes. If there were a mascot for AEFL Week, what would it look like?
I think that a mascot for adult education would be a tiger. And the reason I say that is because I think we move silently through the jungle, doing what we, very methodical, doing our work, really don't cause or draw a lot of attention to ourselves. But what we do is so powerful. And I think when we move quickly and swiftly, it's important. It's significant. Mm-hmm. But that also can be a detriment when we're not out there all the time. And so that's why this week is so important, is that we're engaged that way. And our roar, I think, is important when we all collectively are using our voice. And I mean that as those of us that are in the field, but also the partners that we have in state legislators and federal government on the policy side, and vendors and research professionals, all of us have an important impact there. So I would choose a tiger just for those reasons.
All right. Sounds great. And on that note, Patrick Brown from Michigan, from McKay, thank you so much for the good work of your organization, for all the work and the advocacy that you do personally as executive director up there in Michigan. We really appreciate you taking time to spend time with us here on today's podcast, and wish you well in all of your efforts and all of the activities that you have planned for this week. Go get them, Tiger, right?
Exactly. Thank you, Don, and
take care.
Come to visit us in lovely Michigan. We'd love to have you.
All right. Sounds great. Thanks, Patrick. And thank you, everybody, as we continue through here, through AEFL Week. We still have a few other activities coming up, a few more cutting-edge interviews that are coming up as well. And so we welcome you to come back and to stay tuned. So until that time, I think we have the next one is coming up at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. So come back and join us at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Take care.
Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Adult Education and Family Literacy Week Command Center in Washington, D.C., being brought to you by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. To find us, go to the COABE YouTube channel or check us out and check out all the activities on www.coabe.org. We'll be right back.
"30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
As we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
Seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
As we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
Thirty seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Command Center here in Washington, D.C. We are live for AEFL Week activities and so on. We do apologize for a little bit of a delay there, but we are so excited to have our next guest, Lisa Castaneda. She is joining us live, and I'm going to go ahead and bring her in so that you can see her. Hello, Lisa. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Oh, doing great. Thank you so much for joining us here on AEFL Week, and we really do appreciate your participation and are just really looking forward to hearing a little bit about you. So could you go ahead and tell us a little bit about your role in adult education?
Okay, so I am a site director at Coastal College. It's community college, and our main campus is in Beeville, Texas, but I am in Alice, Texas. So my role is mostly just the community relations part of adult education.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And so let me ask you this. Tell us a little bit, if you would, tell us a little bit about your personal story and your personal educational journey.
Yes, I've always been very transparent when it comes to my story and who I am and how I got to be where I am. So I do have a doctoral education, a doctoral degree in adult higher education. And before I got my doctoral degree, I had a master's degree in psychology and in sociology, and a bachelor's degree also in psychology. But leading up to how I got here is I did come from a background with a GED. So I dropped out of high school at 16. I was married and had a child. By the time I was 19, I had 2 children. So I was working at Walmart, and from working at Walmart, I just didn't know where to go, what my next step would be. And that's when I just saw a commercial for community college, and I mustered up enough courage to come in, walk in the doors, and I took the steps to take my GED and to enroll into some office automation classes, because at the time I thought I really wanted to be a secretary. And from there, I took my first social science class, which was psychology. And that's when everything just like, it was like a whirlwind for me, changed my major to psychology, and I just never stopped.
Well, that is just great, and congratulations on your persistence and all that you have done, and for sharing your story. We really appreciate that, and it is inspirational. So let me ask you this. Going back to your work in the adult education field, tell us why you're excited about your work.
Oh gosh, I'm excited just because of my story and who I am. When I came into a community college and I enrolled in classes, I was told that I can do a work study program. And from there, I was like, oh, what work study? What exactly is that? So I started out in work study back in 2003. And from 2003 until today, I never left the campus. So it's just something that gives me pleasure to speak to other students that maybe might have the same background that I did, just to let them know that there is a way out of any kind of circumstance. You just have to have the motivation to do it.
Right. Yes, definitely. And so I think that's really something that that excitement, to share with learners and prospective learners, I think is definitely a very positive thing. And thank you so much for being a role model as well. So let me ask you this. What are you hoping to achieve or hoping to see through Adult Education and Family Literacy Week this year?
Gosh, I'm just hoping to see people take initiative to actually love learning. And it doesn't necessarily have to be a classroom semester type learning, but just some kind of skill that can take you through the next level, next phase. I always tell my kids, because I have adult kids now, I was like, gosh, if I could do it all over again, I would go into some kind of hands-on skill where after 1-2 years of getting the skill, I can go straight to work and be highly marketable. I chose the education route, which is longer to get to to where I wanted to be. I don't regret it, but there are other avenues to take rather than sitting in a classroom and just having lectures, writing papers. There's just so much more to offer when it comes to higher education, adult education. And it's just mustering up that confidence to walk into the building and ask the right questions.
Right, absolutely. And I think that that's what really important, being empowered and having that confidence to ask those questions.
Yes.
So let me ask you this then. It probably dovetails right into this. What message would you like to share with adult learners and adult educators across the country?
I guess I would like to share, gosh, the fact that higher education or adult education in general, when you don't have the support or the background, it's very intimidating. And just to help people feel welcome and feel like they are a part of the community and what we have to offer.
Right. Yeah, that's a great message. And so let me ask you this, looking at legislators, looking at the lawmakers and the decision makers, if there's one thing that legislators should know about adult education, what would that be?
That it's not a one-size-fits-all type model. We have to really talk to our students and understand what their needs are and go from there. And I would say that adult education, when you're coming in and you don't have that support system, it is very, very intimidating. And sometimes we don't feel like we're welcomed because the education system is catered towards the high school traditional student, and we don't feel like we have a place to go. So it's not a one size fits all, and it's just going down and asking people that are needing these certain types of skills to go into the workplace or to go on to higher education, what they're looking for.
Well, let me ask you this. So we're going to kind of stay on that political route here. If you were President of the United States and about to issue a proclamation for AEFL Week, what would it say?
Oh, gosh. I wish I knew the answer to that because I don't. That you threw me a curveball there. I have all this power all of a sudden, and now I don't know what to do with it.
Well, it certainly
Gave me
sounds
too much power.
It certainly sounds like that proclamation might say something about the system is not a one size fits all, and that there are many avenues, and there's a lot of diversity, right?
Of course, the diversity thing, you've hit that nail right on, because we do need to open the diversity. We need to open our doors to show the world that we have different models to follow, and not everybody is going to fall in the line of coming in college ready or coming in ready to take college level courses, and they might need some remediation and some assistance to get to where they need to be.
Well, that sounds great. Well, look, Lisa, thank you so much for
You're
taking the
welcome.
time to share a little bit about your story and really to serve as a role model and an inspiration, not only in Texas, but across the country. Thank you so much for taking the
thank
time to
you.
join us, and we wish you well.
Thank you so much. You have a good day.
Thank you, you too. All right, folks, we're going to be back in just a few minutes with our next guest, so go ahead and stay tuned. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome to the Command Center here in Washington, D.C. I'm Don Finn. I am past president of the COA Board of Directors, and it's my pleasure to welcome you back to the Command Center in D.C. here on Adult Education and Family Literacy Week. You may notice the fancy eyewear here. It's yellow glasses for literacy. You can find out more about that on the COABE website. Unfortunately, they don't make these in prescriptions, so I'm going to go ahead and see if I can hit the right buttons here and welcome our guest. Stephanie Summers is joining us. Stephanie, hello. It's good to see you. Welcome to the Command Center.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Well, it's great to have you. I'll tell you what, while I go ahead and change my glasses, why don't you tell us just a little bit about yourself and your program?
Great. My name is Stephanie Summers, and I work for Minneapolis Adult Education in Minneapolis, Minnesota. In Minnesota, our ABE services are delivered through the K-12 system, so I'm part of Minneapolis Public Schools. I've worked in the field of ABE for about 25 years. Currently, I have two roles. I wear multiple hats like so many of us do. I work in a program that is located inside the Hennepin County Jail called the HOPE program, which stands for Helping Offenders by Providing Education, where I teach classes to inmates at our county jail. And I'm also the adult diploma coordinator for our program, which means I help students earn an alternative to a test-based credential if they are needing their high school completion credential.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And let me ask you this. Why are you excited about your work in this field?
I am excited about adult education because I feel like it is a great way to live the value of equity. We give chances to students who maybe have not had positive educational experiences in the past. We help them to reach their goals. We help to break down barriers for students who come to us with language barriers or educational barriers, or they've been maybe excluded from certain opportunities in the past. By providing them with our classes and services, we give them hope and we give them a chance to have a better future. What could be better than that?
Absolutely. No, that is wonderful, and I completely agree. And of course, having not only so much time in adult education, but also wearing those many hats, you definitely have a pretty well-rounded perspective on things. And so, Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is that special time each year where we highlight the benefits of adult education and the accomplishments of adult education and family literacy. So let me ask you, what are you hoping, Stephanie, to achieve during AEFL Week this year?
I'd just like to continue to raise the profile of adult education, let my counterparts in K-12 and higher ed know that we employ excellent, skilled teachers. We are able to help learners with individual needs and goals. And I think it's a time to celebrate those of us who are committed to the principles of lifelong learning, because it is never too old to reach those goals and to keep bettering ourselves. And I think that's a message that is definitely should be out there being shared.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great message really to adult learners and adult educators across the country, no doubt. And I think that that's, something that we have so many dedicated people in the field who really want to instill the benefits and the virtues of lifelong learning in their learners. And so that's excellent. So, as we're looking at one of the areas of emphasis during Adult Education and Family Literacy Week is engaging folks in the legislative process to reach out to those decision makers, those policy makers. So, from your perspective, what is the one thing, or maybe even multiple things, that legislators should know about adult education? What would that be?
I think it comes down to the fact that it is an excellent value. By funding our programs, the legislators are not only creating a more skilled and ready workforce, we teach those skills we know employers want, like effective communication, critical thinking, teamwork, and problem solving. But we also, by raising the literacy and education levels of parents, we help to elevate their students. who are children in our schools. And so by investing in this one program, we are able to make multiple interventions, I think, for having more skilled workers, for having children who need less remediation, by having parents who are able to more fully participate in their communities as volunteers, as informed citizens, as voters. So I think you can't spend your money in a smarter, better way than this.
Absolutely. And I think that's one of those messages that, across the board, if we can just really get the word out there and get people to see, the benefit of adult education, not only for the adult learners, but on their children, their grandchildren, the role models that they are, definitely, one of the I think the mission statement of COABE is inspiring educators so adults succeed and communities thrive, and we have that specifically based upon feedback from the field and from skilled practitioners such as yourself. So I think that's a great message. So as we're looking at getting the word out, and as we're looking at really emphasizing the importance and the benefit of adult education and adult education and Family Literacy Week, I'm gonna ask you a question that I asked our last guest. If you were President of the United States, about to issue a proclamation for Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, what would that proclamation say?
All right. Well, I've never written a proclamation before, but I gave it a try here. So. Because we know that America needs a skilled and educated workforce to compete and remain a world leader in the 21st century, we can't afford to leave anyone behind. We need everyone to be able to fully participate in reaching the goals we have for ourselves as a country, and that means we need to fully fund our adult education classes and programs.
Okay, so you need to go to whitehouse.gov and just send that directly to President Joe Biden. I think that is an excellent proclamation. I think that's an excellent example. Stephanie, do you have anything else, anything random or anything else that you'd like to share with our folks? Maybe anything that I haven't asked you about? Anything you'd want to expand upon at all?
I have a message for students who are participating in adult education. And during this week, I just really want to remind you that you should take time to celebrate yourselves and pat yourselves on the back. You are investing in yourselves, your families, and your communities. You are betting on yourselves that you can make a better tomorrow, and that is something that you should be proud of every day.
Stephanie, that is heartfelt. We're going to leave it at that. Stephanie Summers, thank you so much for joining us here at the Command Center. Keep up the good work. Your passion is just a great example. Thank you so much for all you do, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Well, join us again. We've got a few more things on tap here for a little bit later in the day, and of course, we have the full day tomorrow. Check out coabe.org, our website. And you can click, of course, running across the banner now is information about Adult Education and Family Literacy Week, but you can also join us at educateandelevate.org. If you look at educateandelevate.org, you have an opportunity to reach out to your elected officials and to really give them some insights into the benefits of adult education, maybe to look at increased funding for adult education so that we can do that work. Of educating the masses and really, inspiring those educators and inspiring their families. Thank you so much for joining us, and stay tuned. We have more activities coming up later on.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Welcome to Adult Education and Family Literacy Week and the Command Center, hosted by the Coalition on Adult Basic Education. Once a year, educators from all over the country join together with adult learners, community partners, business leaders, legislators, and friends of adult education to amplify their successes. This year, COABE will feature a live command center in Washington, D.C. at the Hall of States, which will uplift voices from across the country and all sectors all week long. You don't want to miss the activities, and join us as we speak with adult learners, educators, administrators, employers, and those impacted by our adult education systems across the country. The Command Center will be live streaming all day. You can follow us on the COABE YouTube channel or check out all of the activities for the week at coabe.org. That's www.coabe.org.
30 seconds